Loud, 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 loud. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Mic check, mic check. That sounds about right. They sound better today. They sound good. Is this volume on for the audio? Audio mixer. Yep. Time for the grind, baby, all day long. We gotta grind this out all day at 576 or below it till the end of the day, and then we'll rip it. It'll be all day. Today's gonna be one of those nosebleeds. Actually, I got a bunch of crap I gotta finish up today, wrap up for pork today. So we got a few things. I know we have a few things to go over for next week, but. So I got to get some of that stuff out of the way for you. 1 2 3. Oh, you guys can hear me? Right on. Check 1 2. Well, mic check. I got work to do here. I might have a few things I got to do to set this stuff up for you guys. Hey, good morning. I'm feeling good today. Feeling a lot better. I have a slight headache at the moment, but I'm pounding water right now. I feel like working out today. I've been pretty sick. I'd really like to get a workout in if I can. Today's Thursday, October 31st, Halloween. It's end of month. I'm going to show you a few things here before we go much further. We're going to take a look at how do we do this? What's the best way to do this? We're going to go over the market brief from yesterday. Hang tight here. We're just going to take a peek here. We're going to take a look at, is this going to work? Yeah, this will work.
The end of 2025.
Let's go to the bottom right-hand screener. Okay, so here's SPOOs, right? I'm sure that there's all kinds of doom and gloom here today. Just a note, too, by the way. We should be touching, right now, 574.11, and it should bounce. Now, the thesis for today is, of course, we have Opex every month, and then we have month end. And people take out trades, big trades, right? Spreads, all that kind of stuff. They place bearish, bullish bets. And the market doesn't want to print those bets intentionally, right? That's the idea. You don't print. If we're lopsided to the upside, we're lopsided to the downside. And then they will print those bets oftentimes at the end of month. That's the first thing that's going on today. Mostly people will put on spreads for a month, 3 months. They will pick, oftentimes they will pick an Opex date or an last day of the month. I actually don't do that. I usually go out an extra 2 weeks or so when I put spreads on. Like if I put a 3 month spread on, I usually go about 15 extra days farther out in time. Same with monthlies. I put that extra time on in case they don't hit my number. The reason I do that is because they'll intentionally either hit it right at a close or the week after. intentionally not printing those up or downside moves or whatever. So we get that first mechanic going on in the market today. The second mechanic that's going on in the market today is what? That's the first mechanic that's going on in the market. The second mechanic that's going on in the market that started earlier in the week, and price continued to go higher, right? See price going higher and stuff. But you could see that VIX 9-day was cranking, right? Just kept cranking. Meanwhile, price wasn't going down. And the important thing about this is that there's two important parts about the VIX 9-day. We've been in a bull market all year. So every single end of month, these bears can't win. They're not winning. We're squeezing, consolidating, squeezing. They basically have, in a bull market, they have a window. It's a very small window for the market to go down. Sometimes it goes down meaningfully. Sometimes it does not. Sometimes it just pulls back a little bit, like tiny bit. Other times, the market does move meaningfully. You can see an instance here. This is July 31st. Right, my cursor is right here. You can't see it, but this is July 31st. We wound up VIX 9-day ripped on the 1st of August. And for the next week, I think we dropped 8.5%. Now, the next month end, the VIX ripped again, right? On the 1st and 2nd of September. Now, we didn't have as much of a pullback this time. And then they did it again, right? Second time was like clockwork. Third time was like clockwork. Still not a significant downside move, right? Now, there is a difference here on the VIX 9-day. This time, there's a breakout. See the breakout right here? So there's an expectation that the VIX is going to fucking crank. Like, it's going to go. Move, right? Ended up trading like something stupid like it did over here. This last time, it traded all the way up to $75.88. So I'm going to expect this VIX 9-day to rip faces off because it's been squashed here, right? It's been crushed, vol crushed for 2 months already. This is the third month right now. Now, there's something to say about this, though. If you think about this, if you think this through, the thought process here was, well, Cap, we're going to crash today then, right? On the 31st. And I don't believe that that's the case. You have to go back to the mechanics that we're talking about not allowing options to print in the money on the last day of the month. So what we're going to look at right now is SPY. We're going to go back here and we're going to look at those last end of months. So we're going to go back here and look at, what are we on here, a 1 hour chart? Go back and look here at July 31st. Was it July 31st? Yeah, was it July? Yeah, I think it was July. So July 31st, right in here. And they shanked the market down into this last day, right? And we ripped up before we blasted down to the depths of hell. The one thing to note here, though, is on this day, on the 30th, 30th at 9:30. Let's check that really quick. The day before, we ripped up and blasted into the first, but it was still an up day overall. Even though we were started in the morning, went blasting up, still wind up closing on an up day before a major downside move. That was the 8% move thereafter, so after the first, second, third, and fourth. We're going to go back and look at another date here. We're going to go back and look here on August. Move that one over there. August 30th. Right here. And we had a bunch of doom and gloom on this day as well, right? Ripped down. And then only at the end of the day, the last hour or two, do we rip up and make an all-time high. Or not? Well, yeah, I think it was an all-time high. Ripped up for an all-time high. And then after Opex, we blasted down demonstratively, right? Well, not a ton. It wasn't really a ton of down. Let me see if I can put some, hold on here. Out channels just so we can see them. Giant moves down, right? This move alone was 8.5%. Giant move down. So if you're trading on every monthly Opex in a bull market, you sell the first in a meaningful way. That's 8.5% down in one day. In this one right here, you've got 4.5% on the first of from the 1st of September into the 6th of September. Well, then we come into the end of September for the 1st right here. So you can see it again. And they ramped it up from a low again. You can see it right here. We had this major low. This is the 1st. I'll show it to you right here. This was Monday the 30th, right? 2 p.m. And they did a super ramp right into the bell. Not quite all-time highs, but pretty close, right? Fairly close. But on the 1st of the next month, we went into a downward motion again. Started blasting down, not as constructive. And so now we're coming back up into this new month, right? We've got 1, 2, and 3 examples of in a bull market end of month. Now this probably looks pretty doomy to you, right? Like we're going to crash cap. We're going to go down to the depths of hell, close down here today. Bye-bye, it's all over. That's possible. It's possible. But these last 3 examples, by end of day, they ramped up into the bell. So you'd expect to at least trade to right about here, if not even all-time highs. Now, this morning, you're probably watching the market and going, what the fuck, Cap? It's down on the open. Max pain today is 576. They will likely pin this shit right into the bell. Maybe 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 3:45. I don't fucking know. They can even sit here and grind this. So if you got 576 right here, that's max pain. They will grind this all day long until about 4, 3 o'clock, 2, whatever. Then they'll do the super ramp to the upside. Also note that after today, now, the other thing that I noticed about the last 3 monthly Opexes, or not Opexes, excuse me, month ends, was if they didn't fall on a Friday, they would start it on Monday to roll down. So we're on a Thursday. We have Friday and then Monday, Tuesday, whatever. And I took a look at tomorrow and Monday's max pain. Tomorrow, I think, is at 586, 587, and then Monday is 589 something. So it's theoretically we could squeeze up into end of today, tomorrow, or even Monday at 9 a.m. to get that high, that 5,900. Now that all of those options are dead or closed, one of the other, or worthless, anyone that placed bets earlier in the month saying, hey, we're going to go to 5,900, I'm going to buy 5,900 calls, I'm going to leave them on to the end of the month, or I got spreads with capture of 5,900 or even 6,000. All those calls for this month torn up either by end of day today or by tomorrow or Monday's open. So this is a dealer function that's going on here. This isn't because you're bearish or you're short or like you're a retailer and you're calling the shots here and this is all doom and gloom. This is a function of dealers killing options chains. So for the rest of today, I'm going to expect us to do nothing but murder options. Maybe like 2 o'clock, 3:30. You could even grind higher, nice and slow. That's another option. Then they ramp it end of day. Now, this brings up the last question here, which would be, are we going to crash it today? Is this the start of the doom trade against the election? Is it today, Cap, right? They're going to pin it into the close. There's not going to be any rip to 5,900. That was the top. I don't believe so. Now, if it is fascinating because we know it's going to roll today, tomorrow, Friday, or Monday. And we know we're going to get a pullback, and we're making that same assumption that we're going to rip up into the end of the day today is the same assumption that we're going to go down next week. You can't have your cake and eat it. If you think that we're going to ramp up into the end of the day, you also have to posit that we're going to roll down into next week and the fucking election. Can't say no, Cap, it's going down and it's only going down. It's not how it works. Sometimes it does. Here and there it can, but it's just not the norm. You would take that trade the way that I'm telling you every single time, even if you lost. This time it's different trade is horseshit. It always has been and always will be, and that is what separates filthy rich motherfuckers and traders that gamble like that. You have to look towards the statistics. And the statistics say that we rip up into the end of the day. So if you're trying to get short, you can be short intraday here, but get out at some point. You're likely going to see the market rip at the end of the day, possibly even tomorrow and maybe Monday on the open. You should see this market rip at least once more. From there, that's where I'm going to get short. I have a ratio spread on for this election right now, but I'm not counting on it for making money on this down election trade. I'm not going to get like puts or put spreads or anything like that until probably end of day if it happens today, or Friday end of day, or even Monday's open for that election doom trade. I've got nothing on here. Like, I've got ratios, guys. That's it. I've got a bunch of zero dates I keep adding. I added some one dates yesterday, and I added some added a bunch of one dates this morning, all trying to capture that end of day trade. So other than that, am I bearish into the election? Yes, I think I've told you that 10 times, right? 30 times I've told you that there should be weakness into the 15th, at least the election, but possibly even later. Yesterday, Trump opened up, started his what we think he's going to do, right? He's going to wind up contesting the election, right? He started some court cases yesterday, or at least one yesterday in Pennsylvania. He's likely going to do that around the country. This election will likely be contested unless there's a clear-cut winner. If there's a clear-cut winner and he's the winner, I would expect that he's the winner, everything will be fine. If he's not the winner, he will contest it. If it's close, he will contest it. So I think that's a part of the election this year. Now, there's another thing to consider here, and that's going to be the Harris win trade. Now, follow along with me. And if you're at home watching this program right now and you're saying to yourself, as I said that, there's no way that Kamala Harris is going to win, I'm going to tell you for the last time, put your Main Street hat off and put your trader hat on. And the Kamala Harris wins trade is two-sided. First side is, if she wins, the market should go down. Now, there's some other ramifications, like does she win any of the House or Senate, or gridlock or any of that kind of stuff. But the second part of that trade is taking profits on the Trump trade. And this is where people fail to understand that it doesn't matter if she wins or not. People are going to take their winnings on the Trump trade regardless into this election. So the markets and anything that was Trump trade should go down into the election and possibly even into November 15th. Now, I think that no matter who wins, that the market will trade higher. As of right now, I think the market will trade higher after the election or the decision or whoever the fuck it is that's the president. We go higher. There is some danger of, I don't know if it's crash, but maybe 10% down over 3 months if they're saying if Kamala wins, they'll have to price Kamala in. It's not necessarily that's her fault. It's that they have to price her in, and depending upon who wins the Senate and the House, the market could be down in 3 months about 10%. It's not necessarily because Kamala won or anything like that. It's the mechanics of the trades that are out there. The market should continue higher if Trump wins and there's a red sweep. I've gone over the mechanics of these trades a few times, and I've posted them in briefs and in the Discord and all that kind of stuff. So, the only recommendation I could give you here would be careful in both directions over the next, I would say at the close of today or tomorrow or Monday, depending upon where the market is, into possibly the 15th of November. There's a window there. We've been talking about that. We've been talking about that election window of weakness in the market, and that it could extend even farther than, say, the 5th. There was an argument made yesterday that the day after the election or the day before the election, that it could end, but I don't see it this year unless there's a clear winner. I don't see it. As a matter of fact, when we've had contentious elections in the past, the market has not stopped going down until there was clarity in who the president was, or just before. So I think I can't tell yet. But if there's no clear winner, I would be risk off in this market until there is some clarity in who the presidential candidate or winner is, and the House and Senate is kind of decided. Okay, that's all I've got for you guys on this stuff. Other than that, I would expect the market to be boring today. We have Apple earnings today, and we have Amazon earnings today. But outside of that, this is all hedging activity, or not hedging, but de-hedging activity, and then killing the options market. I wouldn't expect much today personally. So I'm going to put the stream up for you today, right now, and on the main stream for you. And I've been sick. I've got stuff I got to do for Bork, and I got to do stuff for Bork and for Joe that I haven't done. I've been doing actually, but I don't realize how much time it takes to get it done. So I'm going to be working in the background. I'll be here with you all day long. I wouldn't expect what I'm expecting. I'm assuming that you're hearing it's going to crash today. I'm just assuming that as a baseline, like that was the top. We're never going back up. I would like to see that. I will admit to that between now and Friday or Monday's. How about this? Monday morning at 9 a.m. If we're not at near all-time highs, I'll agree to it. But the last three, and if I went back the whole year, I'm going to assume the same thing. That this is a mission to just murder options. We'll be squeezing one more time before we roll down. There is one other thing here. Now I'm telling you here that I'm bearish into the 5th and 15th. After Opex or after month end, but there's one other fascinating thing here, and I can't tell you how this is going to work out, but I'm going to give you the counter trade to my bearishness into the 5th or 15th, depending upon the election outcome. Okay, I was this morning out, or yesterday, I'm like, I'll probably trade down to like 70, 74 or 72. Somewhere in there, they'll pin us in there below 76. Hold us there all day long, right? Just grind it sideways and down all day long, then lift it up once everything is murdered on the chain. They'll rip this fucker up big. I was looking at the Max Payne shit that I don't usually normally look at Max Payne, but it's end of month, so I do look at it usually end of month. And there's so many fucking outside the money puts for the election right now that the max pain for the election is way fucking higher. Like super fucking high. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. So if you wanted to contra trade or counter trade that bearish thesis, and there have been some Wall Streeters saying that could happen, but I normally don't trust those guys. Like Miguel got sell side, like Brorsky, all those guys are selling you ohm typically. Normally it's the counter to what they're saying. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes they say something that's correct, but I'm not really buying it right now. I think we get the pullback, at minimum pullback. It's not that low though. It's like 550 or 560 or something. We're trading 572. It's not that much. It's not that much farther lower. And we should ramp into the end of the year. At any rate, the the other thing here is too. So like, be careful on like how bearish you actually are. Like 550, 560 is the expected move down. Not 500, not 535, not 480. You'd have to have like a Kamala Harris win, a blue sweep. I think like the House and Senate. House and Senate, dude, turning Democrat. Or I'll say this. If you want my prediction, I find it extremely hard to make the House of Representatives go blue anytime soon. There has been so much gerrymandering. It's easier to do in a local level. Now I don't care if it's gerrymander. I know the Democrats gerrymander. I know the Republicans gerrymander. I don't care. I'm not taking a side. I just know that on a local level, it's easier to gerrymander. So we have a lot of gerrymandering in the House of Reps. And so it's easier for the House of Reps for Republicans to take control of it. So I don't see Democrats winning that House anytime soon. Unless there was some kind of reform or something like that, I doubt it. Or some kind of like populist, someone that's a populist for everybody, possibly could go green or blue. I think Obama won it for one election, but it went right back red again. It's very difficult to win the House right now for Democrats. The Senate, the best I would think that they could win would be a gridlocked Senate. Maybe they could get a House or a seat or two, but it's doubtful. I have no faith at all that the Democrats can win the Senate. I have no faith. No, I have no faith that they can win the House. I have zero faith, or even belief. I would never bet that would happen. The Senate, that's me personally. Don't take it like, don't be like, I hate you, you're a Democrat or anything like that. I'm telling you right now, I don't think. Anyways, I'm pretty objective in this shit. The Senate, I still think, in my own view, is that they lose the Senate. Democrats lose the Senate, but they have a small chance that they could get a gridlocked Senate. As far as the president, I think Kamala wins at this point. I think I've thought that for it's been cloudy for me and uncloudy for me. I couldn't figure out. There was a time when I knew Biden was going to lose. I thought it was like Biden's going to lose. And then when Kamala came out, I didn't think she was going to win. Then I was like, she's got this. Then I was like, no, she doesn't. It's being thrown to the wolves by her own party. I think at this point, I'm fairly certain she wins. Don't come after me if she loses. Don't get mad at me or anything like that. If she wins, I'm not going to come after you. I'm going to be like, you suck. You're garbage or anything like that. I'm not that person. I'm not vindictive about politics. If anything, I just hope the fuck this shit ends. I'm tired of it. This election in particular. I don't ever want to go through an election like this again. I'm tired of this shit. I'm done with it. I don't want it. I don't want to talk about politics. I fucking it's so bad. It's like it's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. So that's what I think's going to happen. Now, if that happens, they price that shit in. We'll talk about that later. If that does happen, we'll shift into that mode. As of right now, social media, the news has Trump winning. So we'll go with that for right now. Everybody's on that trade, right? You got to go with what everybody's on. So we'll stay on that trade into the election. We'll stay on that trade into next week and stuff like that. If you're a bull, and you're like, if you're a bull and you're like, if you're a bull and you think we're not going down next week, there's your argument. Everyone's fucking short. Like everybody is short right now. The whole people are out of market. I don't own SPY. I don't own anything. I own some rinky dink shit, but I don't own nothing. I'm like trading zero dates and call spreads and ratio spreads, but that's not weight in the market. I don't have fucking $500,000 sitting in the goddamn market right now either. I'm scared shitless. I'll be honest with you. I'm, like that Elon shit out there, like this like whole crash the stock market thing. Like I went to school for business, right? I'm gonna talk about this for a minute. I went to school for business. It, I was almost a poli sci major too. I started out actually with political science, and then I shifted to business. And part of that was because of what was being offered. But anyways, if you go to college, and I went longer than I was supposed to. I was in the Army, so I went to college all over the country. I started out in a private sub Ivy League school, and then I was in the Army and I got restationed in different places. Then I went to to UCLA, and I went to 3 different schools actually. 3, I think I went to 3 different colleges, maybe 4. I can't remember. I think 3. I went to 3 different colleges. That's how many. And I was like a 6-year senior. It sucked. But I was able to go to school at different places, and like economics, right? I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was talking to my wife this morning. My wife and I had some alone time this morning to chat, and she brought up to me what Elon's been saying, and if you speak to or economic theory, right? We talked about economic theory around here recently. If you speak to an economist, they like to keep everything clean, especially whatever theory they subscribe to or ascribe to. So like austerity. Let's talk about austerity briefly. Austerity, it's like a funny thing. Like it works great on its own. It's horrible. Well, not horrible. Like it works great as a thesis or a theory. In its purest form, it's very dangerous. It is fascism, to be honest. If any of you guys went to school for this, you probably know this, but if you haven't, you probably don't. It can be very authoritative or authoritarian based. We practice austerity in this country. We apply it. Like the Fed applies austerity. Believe it or not, the Treasury Department applies it. Even our government does when you try to like balance a budget or you do QT. That's all austerity. All that stuff is austerity. But you put it on and take it off. Put it on and take it off. So austerity though can be very dangerous if it's applied in its purest form. It's like Nietzscheism to some extent. It's a very dangerous thing. It's like a lot of these. A lot of these liberal, I'm going to call they're liberal democratic or not democratic. Excuse me. They're liberal economic theories. They're not what you think liberal means, but less government is better for an economy in its purest form. But it's like talking to a libertarian. No offense if you're a libertarian out there, but in reality, it doesn't work in its purest form. And politics are kind of like that too. If you take any political party to its conclusion, it's insanity. Most theories are like that, or theories in terms of economics or sociology, that kind of stuff. It's not as clear cut in practice in reality. So can't believe I'm talking about this right now. So it's like, and it's the same with like political parties. If you take any political party to its end result, it's insanity. It's pure insanity. Real life doesn't work like that. I can give you an example of it. Communism, its purest form, is this utopian society that makes real good sense. In practice, it fucking implodes, right? We've seen that. We've actually seen it with capitalism too. Capitalism in its purest form can reset. We have business cycles, long short-term debt cycles, resets, and we have austerity during those resets as well, right? So we already know that these things don't necessarily, or there's times when you have to reset these things, right? The more that you apply these things in their most purest form, they can lead to some very dangerous things. The same with debt, right? Same with debt, right? Taking too much debt, it can be dangerous. I think some of that is bleeding out right now. So there's some risk there. Like, so my wife brought it up to, I didn't even bring it up to her. She was like, "Are we gonna have a depression?" And I'm like, so we're talking this morning, and she's like, "Are we gonna have a depression?" And I'm like, it's theoretically possible, you know. And I don't know if everyone. We're talking about this morning, and I'm like, so my wife's family went through the depression, and they moved. They were immigrants from Germany. They moved out to the Midwest, and then they moved to the West. And they started a big farm out there, a big ranch, through the depression. Believe it or not, and family still talks about this stuff. Big family reunions talk about it, but I don't know in the U.S. right now if everyone with this morning how we were discussing it. I was like, I don't know exactly who is speaking when they say they want some of these economic policies in their purest form. The way they're being argued, is it just stumping? Is it just rhetoric? I hear arguments like, well, or Elon can't deliver shit. It's going to take too long for him to even deliver it. That's all like banter and shit, more rhetoric, right? But its purest form, what's being proposed is something that results in pure economic theory, which is fascist. You can look it up on Wikipedia. Go anywhere. Look up any of these things on Wikipedia. And it's like basic Econ 101 class.
83 billion from the prior 80 billion.
That's why I keep saying people it's very Robert Heinlein. Reminds me of Robert Heinlein books. Maybe some Anne Rain stuff too. Matter of fact, she was on welfare at the end of her life. At any rate, you need to consider that stuff into this election. Like, if Trump wins, red sweep, market should go up. But I would, in the back burner, pay very close attention to some of the rhetoric that's being said. If that was to really happen, there is risk of a depression. And I don't know if everyone either knows what that means or what that can mean. Not necessarily going to happen. I wouldn't be panicking over it or anything like that. But if you do a thought process on it, or a thought experiment on it in your brain, start thinking it through. We have austerity in Great Britain right now. It's not depression, but some of what we're proposing is dangerous. I'll just tell you truthfully. And you got to be careful of who's pushing those narratives. You know, the news media, reporters, just like the sizzle, right? They want to sell newspapers. Social media, you don't know who's behind the giving you the message. You don't know if they're a real person. You don't know if they have mental health issues. You don't know if they're uneducated. You don't know if they have an axe to grind, or they're angry with life, how their life's been dealt to them. Maybe they, I don't know, got a divorce or something. They're mad at their husbands or something like that. Or they're a foreign power, or they're pure capitalists, or even what their politics are. Politics could be pure libertarianism. You know, you don't really know who's behind the account and who they really are. I don't know if I want to see that ever or not, but there's real danger there, and the market will attempt to price that in, is my point. If the market grows scared, or if Wall Street grows scared, they will panic. And I'll promise you that. If they think for a minute that that's a potential that we could cause, even if it's like, even when you say like, oh, it only lasts 2 years, you can't say that. I can't believe that. You really can't. Even if it was to just last 2 years, that would panic Wall Street. Is my point. If that was real, that would panic Wall Street. Wall Street would fucking panic. And if they do fucking panic, they start selling this market hard and heavy. It'll be a violent trip to the downside. So you guys should all be aware of that stuff. You know, I not feel, but I think that it's being taken very lightly right now. I'm a little scratching my head over that. I don't know if people don't realize. I think people fetishize and fantasize that stuff. Um, you know, I want to be in my like. There were guys riding around in Asheville when they had that hurricane. I gotta get you guys a video. There's like some guy from YouTube that was like running around with like an M16 in his fucking truck, and he rolled into some Homeland Security guys, and those guys weren't fucking around. These guys thought they were doing like the militia thing, and they turned that shit right around on them. They were just like, "Oh, you ain't doing this," and I think people fetishize that stuff. I think they're like they want to live like that, or they want to see that, like burning tires in New York and stuff. The reality of that stuff is that it's brutal. It's not fun times in any way, shape, or the Great Depression was not fun. The recession in '08 was not fun. I was a young guy then. And 2000, 2001, my father got washed out in '87. That was no fun. He never recovered from that to this day. He's wealthy today, but in no way, shape, or form near what he had then. He never financially recovered in 1987. That's hurt him ever since in a big way. Like you're talking about like a huge difference in lifestyle in his older age. And I just want you to be aware of that. You might think like, it's not going to hurt me, or I can get through those 2 years and I'll be fine. But let's say it was only 2 years. When they wash you out, they wash you out forever. They don't allow you back in. There's no like golden ticket where they washed you out. You got a $1 million house and it's now $500,000 or $200,000 or $300,000. Your job is fucking gone. All your savings, everything, all that kind of stuff. You don't get let back in. They don't have like this miracle job for you, and they're going to start lending to you. If anything, young people would do well from it, likely. Someone that's not 20 years old right now may do well from it. But if you're older, if you're like 20, 30 right now, you can wash your ass out for a long time, or forever possibly. Maybe not 20, like 30. I'd say 30, 35 years old. You could possibly or potentially get washed out forever, depending on how all that stuff plays out. And there's some other risks too, war risks, stuff like that increase, and you send the rest of the world into a depression. And there are geopolitical risks in this too. I haven't even discussed that shit with you guys. If you send the U.S. into a depression, even if it's for 2 years, you trigger that around the world. When you trigger that around the world, people get frisky. You don't know what they're going to do, and that's real. So just be conscious of that stuff as we move forward into the election, after the election. Is it rhetoric or is it not? Is it toned down? Is it like, hey, this is what we're going to actually do? Or it's, hey, day one, this is what we're doing. You could trigger some panic, definitely. Yeah, they want to be like the Rambo. I know, it's so fucked up. I was in the Army. I've been deployed. I've seen those places. You don't want to live like that. You don't fucking want to ever see that shit. Like if you've never been out of like a resort place, or never been in the military or an aid worker somewhere, I'm telling you guys, it ain't fun. My wife this morning was like, my wife's got a lot of patients that are in their 40s and 50s and shit and older. And she always brings this up to me. She's like, these fucking people have no idea. They cut their drug, like, she talks about how many drugs these people are on, and like, I don't know, physical therapy they're on, all kinds of craziness. And I'm like, I don't know, honey. I don't know what to say. It's like fetish or like a fetish. Yeah, it's gross. Some of the stuff you see is like you just, it's fucking retarded. Oh, sorry, I can't say that. Like that's where the gallows humor comes from. You ever guys see me like swearing, like having that gallows humor sometimes? That's from being a veteran. Like you try to like bury that shit as deep as possible forever, or sit in a bar stool for the rest of your life in a VFW. It's like one way or the other. Okay, so they're parking this for now. Maybe we do keep staircasing it down. But that's real stuff. Is my point. That like I didn't think it was real. Like I was like, it's kind of rhetoricy. And then like last couple days, Trump kept reinforcing it, and then Elon as well. And now the newspapers are picking up on it. You could trigger. That shit could definitely trigger a fucking sell the news. They will left tail that shit one way or another. They will realize that whether we have a depression or a recession or not, fucking they will run. They will fucking run. Anyways, enough on that talk there. Enough of the election talk. Anything else to say about the election? Probably not. I think you guys are pretty clear and up to date on what to expect for the election. I think that's it. I think that's all we got for this month, right? Otherwise, looking beyond the election, stay focused too on end of the year. Don't get too caught up in the doom and gloom and the stock market crash and the depression or any of this doom today. Don't get caught up in it. Don't get caught up in the election volatility. There was a year where people were all talking about like a stock market crash in an election year. And they brought out Art Cashin. Every year they bring out Art Cashin at like 4 a.m. on like election. If the election's been decided, they'll bring him out on CNBC, and they have the fake noise going at the NYSE, and they'll interview him, and he'll say, well, before that happens, he'll say, we're getting election volatility, doom and gloom, probably crash the market. They bring him out, and he tells you everything is okay, and the market just starts rocketing. And don't get caught in that. I'm going to warn you of that. You guys I've warned you that in the past. I'm going to warn it to you again. You go to the election gets decided, and the day before, the market starts ramping. The day before it's decided, market starts ramping, and you're like, why is the market turning up?
Signing off, buddy.
They told me the market crash, and it doesn't happen, and they blow your fucking face off and take everything back from you. So just be aware of that. Once that vol kicks off and that vol is done, there will be a fucking unwind of that volatility, and the market will fucking moon and keep cranking. So we're trading today right now 572, which is awesome. I don't see us going any further than 550, 546 maybe, somewhere in there, roughly that, maybe 540. If it was like extreme down one day or something, but that's the worst. That's like the worst. So, I don't trade fucking stock market crashes. I don't trade depressions. I don't trade like end of the world shit. None of that shit. So I'll buy the fucking dip every single time. You tell me they're gonna drop bombs, fucking line me up for calls every single time. So be conscious of that as we trade into the election. Don't go down too far in the rabbit hole and get too weird. Be looking for a dip for an end of the year holiday rally into, I don't know, at least, I mean, I'd have like 3 places. I'd have like, matter of fact, I've already got part of my trade on. I've got part of my end of year trade. I've got my first one on. I've got a call spread for middle of January for 6,000 and 620. And if we can get low, we can get to like 550 or so. I'm going to slam on another one for February 18th or so for that same price point, 6,000, 620, with money. So I already have exposure to that upside move. I already have exposure to the counter trade to vol or market down during the election. I've got a ratio spread on to capture any of the downside move. But I'm not positioned for market crash or, I don't know, market's never coming back, bull market's over, any of that fucking nonsense. So I think that's all I got to say there, right? Don't get too caught up in it. You guys come into this stream like November 6th, 7th, and start telling me about how the market's going to crash, I don't want to hear it. We can talk about it. Like we can talk about it, but like trading it, I want nothing to do with it. No, I'm out in January, and I'm gonna go to February with the second trade. Yeah, you guys are adding. I get there's people in the Discord right now adding longs here. Yeah, I'm not on that. I'm not. I can't. I mean, the depression trade. Like I was telling my wife this morning about it. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh, well, I don't think we're there yet. I want to see that. Like, if I was to get on the depression trade, I would need to see that daily trigger cross through the weekly trigger at minimum to even consider it. I would need to see like that daily cross the weekly to even start talking about it. Until then, no. Well, that or I start seeing declining velocity on monthly and quarterly. So I haven't seen either of those two things. And let's see those things. I can't even discuss it. There's no point. Even COVID, how fast that shit rolled. The daily crossed the weekly, and it squeezed back to where the roll was, a few points lower. But so there's no instance that I've seen historically that hasn't shown all the way back to the 1800s. Not a single instance, not one. That's all I got for you guys. I gotta do a few things. I was trying to put a package together for a developer, and it's taken me way longer than I expected. So I gotta finish this up. Also note that I've got stream will be up tomorrow, but I have a meeting that I cannot miss tomorrow in the morning. I don't know how long that lasts. And then on election day, my daughter is a ballot counter. And I will be there with her that day as well. Mostly because of the, you know, the volatility surrounding our election process this year. I wasn't going to be there with her, but it's getting weirder as we get closer. Yeah, turmoil. I know. Oh God. Let me ask you guys a question. No matter what party you are, or maybe you're not even a part of a party, any party, or maybe you don't even vote. Dude, this morning I deleted. This morning I should have left them on here. This morning I got 10 text messages. I live in a battleground state, right? I'm getting my phone is every day. Bing, I block them. I press stop and then I block them. They're just selling my number everywhere. It's insane. All the ads in front of me. Everywhere I go, if I hit like Twitter in particular, my feed is just politics. No FinTwit. I see nobody's posts. I just see people I've never seen before. Just my feed is just rolling. All the ads, every fucking ad on every fucking thing I consume. YouTube, politic ads. Pandora, politic ads. Sports on TV, politic ads. Like sometimes I put like a Saturday football on if I'm home, or I'll put Sunday night football or some shit like that. It's political ads, non fucking stop. Yeah, that's me too. It's like I'm so tired. Let me ask you the question: are you guys done with the election? No matter what your party is, are you guys? Any of you guys like just done with the election? Do you feel like this is the most intense election you may have been through in recent history? If you're older, you may have been through bigger ones in the mid 60s, early 70s. Are you guys, no matter who your party is or what your positioning is or whatever, I don't care. Like, you guys are done. I think we're all done. I think we're all fucking done. I think people are just like, fuck this, I'm done. Go on to the next fucking thing. I think we've hammered this. It's like we've beaten this fucking thing to a pulp at this point, right? They threw some fucking shit at the wall this year, right? Let's not fucking sugarcoat it. Like we rolled into September, and it was like I almost last night. I wrote the brief last night, and for a small moment, I was like, I'm gonna list off every fucking thing they threw at us from like September till this moment's coming into this election, right? Like all the geopolitical shit, all the fucking decisions and the fucking data and like I was gonna fucking list it all off. Like this year in particular, I don't think I've ever seen more shit slinging. oh, so we're back to developing tools and shit, right? So I've got like bookmarks of stuff, like white papers and write ups on like Medium. Like an example, this one guy did a white paper on how to create a chart for CTOs, or no, it's CTAs, I think, and CTAs as trend followers. It's like a very like dry shit to read, and he like writes a thesis on how he tracks CTAs, and but it's like buried in one of my folders on my bookmarks. So I'm going through my bookmarks, and some of my bookmarks are the volatility or perceived volatility of September, October. And I was clicking on them to just read them quickly, and I'm like, God damn, they threw the kitchen sink. Like, it was fucking, like, these people just write shit, and it's just, no one thinks about it again. Just like, it's for consumption for about a half a day, and then it's gone forever. Anyways, I thought it was wild. You know, who I missed what Bork just said. I wasn't reading it. Yeah, you guys are all saying that you were done with the election. Oh, I'm done with it. I'm fucking done. Bring on the next thing. I don't know what else they could throw at us. I don't know. Fucking, I don't know what they could throw at us at this point. I don't think anything would phase us. I would take North Korea is going to blow up the world for 1,000 Trebek. I'll roll with that for a month or two. No, I don't want to answer a daily double on the election. Next. No. I was talking to a buddy yesterday. I was like, we need fucking reform on election cycles after this. Like, well, I was talking to a buddy yesterday, and I was like, how do we not go through an election like this ever again? We came up with some solutions. As a matter of fact, Joe Donut, he came up with one of the good solutions. His wife, I don't know if I want to say what she does for work, but his wife is related, adjacent to fundraising, I would say. And I think everyone likes Jamie Dimon's plan on election reform. Joe's like, nope. He's like, you do it where every person can only donate like X amount of dollars, $5,000 each. You force all the PACs to go to people to get their money. Instead of like a PAC getting like money from a wealthy individual, you have to get it from your actual constituency at a very low threshold too. It's like $1,000, $5,000, something like that. The max you could do. That would stop a lot of this shit. What else did we discuss? Some of the laws they have in Europe. Maybe you just apply them to the news organizations. You could do like the slander and stuff like that, like some kind of like slander laws and libel laws and stuff like that. That would tone down some of the rhetoric that's out there, specifically to elections. So we can have a fucking election and just go through it and not be shaking our fucking cups through the whole fucking thing. What happened today? You know? I'm tired. You wore me out. Season 30 of Stranger Things coming at you next week. Season 31 coming out to you the next week. There's a hype train? Oh, hell yeah. There's a hype train? Bork, I got shit for you, man. Woo! I wrote you an essay, brother. Like I got a fucking multi-page essay. we got a big talking to do. I dug out all my shit, man. We're ready to rock, brother. They could throw us a Lions Super Bowl, and that'd be more wild this election. I think you might get one. It's possible. You might make it a Lions Super Bowl. I didn't get the World Series. That kind of sucked. I skipped the. I'm actually grateful I skipped the. I'm grateful that I skipped the Detroit Tigers playoff game. So I almost went to the last playoff game for Lions last year. I'm so grateful I didn't go to that fucking thing. I was with some native Detroiters. We went out to like a private club. Detroit's got a lot of private clubs, and I went to a private club, and I saw a grown ass man cry in that place. I'm so glad I didn't take those guys to that playoffs game where they lost against what's their faces nearby here. But I was, dude, that was not good. It's got to be. I think if I go to the Super Bowl, it has to be the Super Bowl itself. If I take my boys out there, my Detroiters out with me to the Super Bowl, I'm not doing the playoffs. I don't want to be there when they're all crying and shit. They cried last year, like grown ass men, a bunch of them. Dude, what are you guys doing? Let's hype and train, baby. What are you guys doing here? This shit's hilarious. Mr. Talking Monkey. That shit is rad. How do I do it? I can't share in my own channel. Can I do, what is it, power-ups? I don't know how to do this shit. Hold on here. Does that work? Oh, yeah, dude. Look at that one. I don't get charged for this stuff. What's an on-screen celebration? Oh, yeah. I see it. I got to do that more often. I got to definitely do that more often. You guys think we're going down? I got people saying we're going down. Market's going to the depths of hell. There'll be no retrace today. Well, let's go look at an hourly chart here and look how bad it is. Oh, yeah. Look at that blood. Look at that blood. Not really, though, is it? I'd call that not really blood. Well, it looks pretty bad, though, doesn't it? Looks like market crash. Looks like market crash. Let me see here. How far are we down today? Are we down 2% yet? Only down 1.5 yet. We're only at 1.5 today. Easy. You guys down 1.5 and you guys think the market's crashing. You need down more for a crash. Didn't you guys trade COVID? 5% in a day, 12%, 20%. Down 1.5, man. You guys are savages. Here, we'll make it look worse than it is. Hold on. Make it look really bad. Oh, did you guys see the pivots today? Did you guys see the range expansion on pivots? I probably should have showed you that. Pivots were insane today. S2 is right here, 569. S3 is 563. S4 and 5 is 558 and 552. This is where the weekly trigger is. In just one day. Look at how close that is. Guess where the upsides are? You guys know where the upsides are? R1 is 584. R2 is 589. R3 is 595. R4 and 5 is 6,005. 605. Massive. I'll put those up for you so you can see them. Like massive range expansion today. Let me put on hold on a second. Let me go do some other things here. Hold on. I got to get back to work though. Hold on. Give me like 5 minutes. One quick second here. I have to get the thing for you guys too. I didn't get today's gamma. Whoa. We're on the put wall right now. Yeah, you could say the put wall is at 5,700. Could actually say it's lower. Hold on a second here. I didn't notice this morning. I didn't have this up yet. Put wall's theoretically 56.50 today. This one's more important. We could easily trade 5,700. Put wall today is at 56.50. You could say that. You could say that we're going to trade 5,700 easily today. All the way, yeah, right down here. We'll write this down here. It's a put wall's right there. 5,700 is the actual put wall this morning. Oh yeah. And you ready for this? Local support. Look at this. Oh, let's go down here. Look at this. Check this shit out. You ready for this? There's 0 gamma above. 0. Here's the gamma flip. And the only gamma that matters is to the downside. So local support right here. And the put wall is at 56.50 today. Let me see. I can post this for you. Yeah, there's no gamma. 0 call gamma today. that in there. Zero, none. Target 5,700. I'm going down, baby. 5,700 is RS2. I'm going right down, right stroke. Sorry about that. Hold on. Going straight down here, minimum.
So the US and China
I'm going all the way down there today.
efforts at their financial working group meeting.
569, baby. All right, give me like an hour. It's 10:54. Give me like 1 hour. I have to wrap up this thing and send it to Bork. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
It's the US to sell $81 billion in 3-month bills on November 4th to settle on November 7th. The US to sell $72 billion in 6-month bills on November 4th to settle on November 7th. It's the US stocks extend full, Dow Jones down 1%. So the CBOE volatility index rises 3.01 points, the highest since September 6th, last at 23.36. So Mossad commentary on X notes that there's movement of ballistic missiles in Iran. Fed bids for 4-week bills total $266.9 million. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills, prior high yield 4.65%, and a prior bid cover of 2.83. Israel's Netanyahu says Israel's more than ever has freedom to act in Iran and can reach anywhere in Iran as needed.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
That's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills. Prior high yield 4.65% and a prior bid to cover of 2.83. Shortly expecting the results of the 4-week bill auction, I'll lead with the high yield. An Israeli spokesperson says IDF operation inside Lebanon are cancelled due to the ceasefire negotiations. Four spot 58%, 4.58% bid to cover ratio, 2.82, 2.82. So the US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills and awards 28.88% of bids at high. Shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rate statistics for the US. UK PM Starmer's spokesperson says tough choices were necessary to fix the foundations of the UK economy. And US 30-year fixed-rate mortgages 6.72%, October 31st week, highest since August 1st, 2024.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Today we're discussing 16.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to delete a bunch of bookmarks here in the background.
So the EIA says Texas oil production rose 1.7% in August versus July to a record monthly high of 5.8 million barrels per day. And according to the EIA, New Mexico oil production rose 2.8% in August versus July to a record monthly high of 2.1 million barrels per day. And US oil production rose 1.5% in August versus July to a record monthly high of 13.4 million barrels per day.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
White House economic advisor Bernstein says inflation is easing and now closer to the Fed's target. And Bernstein says real pay is up and underlying economy remains solid. And Bernstein says strong GDP and low unemployment signals a strong economy. UK Chancellor Reeves says we have more headroom than previous government left us.
Just a heads up out there. I've got a bunch of construction going on outside. My lights have been flickering, so I might end up losing power here. If I do lose power, I do have a backup source, but it would be like 15, 20 minutes until it turns on. Just a note that we have like major construction. My fucking house's lights are flickering on and off outside.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $57 counterparties take $201.278 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. So Fitch Ratings note that European default rates are rising and market concerns bond lists remain stressed. US Secretary of State Blinken says if North Korean troops engage in combat or combat support against Ukraine, they would become legitimate targets.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
According to the EIA, US crude and petroleum products supplied rose in August to 20.7 million barrels per day, the highest since May. So Fitch Ratings notes that the Eurozone growth is slowly starting to recover. US Secretary of State Blinken says the US has had a robust conversation with China just this week. So NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2 a gallon. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $2.21 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at $2.70. And NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $69.26 a barrel. That's up 65 cents or 0.95%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
According to Axios, Iran is preparing a major retaliatory strike from Iraq within days. Seeing upside in energy after that. So that earlier Axios headline is citing 2 Israeli sources. And Brent crude futures settle at $73.16 a barrel. That's up 61 cents or 0.84%. So US crude futures rise more than $2 post-settlement trade on reports that Iran is preparing a retaliatory strike on Israel.
I'm coming back on here in just a minute. Sorry, I got a bunch of work in the background. I have to catch up on. I don't have a choice. Hold on 1 second here. Nothing's changed here. Same as the brief last night is the same as right now. They've pinned us. They've done two things here. We're down a little bit. There's a couple things to talk about here. 1 quick second. I'll just move up. I'll just get rid of all this crap here. So we are definitely down more than we should be expecting to be down right now. I still expect this squeeze here into the bell. Now, 576 is the 576 here is the max pain for the day. We still don't have Amazon and Apple reporting. I am expecting like a straight shot up today into the close. Now, if we don't get this straight shot up, I still expect it tomorrow, even over the weekend. There are some concerns here, though. We aren't at this point heading higher. It's already 3:25 in the afternoon with no straight shot up. It leaves me a little bit concerned here. I took some time earlier and looked back on how many gap downs we've had this size this year. There's only been one other this year, so this is pretty significant. Also, today, there are some articles coming out right now today stating that the market has actually priced in Kamala Harris as president. There's this like contra argument going on out there, even though everyone's telling you, including myself, right, they've priced in Trump. The Economist also came out today against Trump. I don't know who's going to win this election, but you know, I don't know what to say right now. I don't know I can't tell if we're gonna if they're gonna try to crash this fucking thing on a Trump win or crash this thing because of Kamala Harris. There's some fascinating stuff that's been going on today. Let me see if I can show you guys some stuff here. So, I can get some of this stuff here. I got my hold on 1 second here. I was watching some of the stuff in the background here today, like Coca-Cola's down 20 or 30% or something insane like that. Some stocks that shouldn't be that deeply down. Also, volatility. Let's take a look at VIX right now. This is of concern to me at the moment. Let's go down here and look at VIX 9-day. Now, I didn't realize that we're going to get some realized volatility. But I'm a little concerned here. I'm going to show you why I'm concerned. Like, just a little bit concerned. I want to show you some stuff here. It's like 9-day VIX. Sorry, I'm going to make this small. I'm going to let me see if I make this small and let me just mute this for a minute here. Can I make this just, what can I do? How do I do this here? Come on now. There we go. Leave that down there. And get rid of my camera here for a minute. Did I forget to did I forget to put off? Sorry if I didn't show my face on the other screen. I wasn't paying attention. There's I have some questions here because we have this election coming, right? We're pricing in volatility before we get to that election. It's very rare. It's extremely rare to be trading this high on VIX 9-day. We traded a high on VIX 9-day of 27.18, right? And we haven't had the election yet. I have to impress upon you. This was assigned to a bunch of stuff, but this was Volmageddon 2.0. I don't care what anybody tells you out there. That this was Volmageddon 2.0. We don't get this high that often. It's extremely rare. It's only on special occasions. like the last time I think was so we traded $76. Last time we traded that high, you're talking like COVID. There's the last one right there. That's COVID. These are pretty big things. Like they're reserved for like market crashes, like 2008, 2001, COVID, stuff like that. These are very, very extremely rare. When you're seeing that potential here right now, we're not there yet. But by the way, the top of this is up here. You might be able to see it, but you might think it's lower, but it's actually right there. It's extremely high. You just can't see the wick. And I was talking to Winky. I was doing work in the background. I was chatting with Winky while I was working. And this VIX right now where it's running, it's saying one of two things. It's either saying that that we're going to blast off through this election. The market's going to go way higher because of where this is. This is either saying one of two things. Market's going to fucking crank to the upside, right? Last two times here, when this vol came back down, the market mooned, viciously mooned. So if it's not saying that, it's saying that this is going to crank even higher. This is like market crash type stuff or major correction type stuff. So I'm on the fence on this right now at the moment, on what this means for next week. I've told you guys a million times to be hedged, how to hedge appropriately. This is danger, or I don't know if it becomes realized at this point, but it's pointing towards one of two extremes. Put that back up here. It not only that, price action today is pointing to those extremes as well. Some of this is mechanical, but there's probably some panic out there that's not real, or that's realizing itself right now. How do I put this camera back on? There we go. There's probably some kind of like unspoken, not public. Hold on, let me get rid of some of this stuff. Break time, put that away. Old man stuff. Where did we put that away? Can I put that with? Is that right? God damn it! There we go. Sorry about that. I got a lot of stuff going on here in the background. We've got Apple and Amazon right now reporting in the next fucking 15 minutes. Like it's kind of like we're either underreporting vol that will be realized over the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. When you don't care about Apple and Amazon reporting, I don't give a fuck how hedged SPY is. This is very unusual. So, have you guys read The Economist came out today? And viciously went after Trump. Like The Economist or not, you don't ever expect. That's like the pigs telling you, the wealthiest, greediest people telling you no. We're not gonna do this, or we shouldn't do this, or something like that. So there's something going on in the background, and we're not going to know about it until afterwards. And I don't even mean the outcome of the election. There's likely some shit going on that people aren't talking about publicly, or it's not being picked up by the news. There's probably, I think I said yesterday, mass hysteria. I said it in a brief, and I talked about it yesterday early in the stream. Like I don't know if it's mass hysteria or like probably the wrong way to describe it, but there's probably a lot more fear than you think out there. You say that stuff like, am I taking crazy pills right now or not? I think the anxiety is larger than people are letting on, larger than you may realize on social media or in the news or anywhere else. Like even I have a hard time trusting social media myself. Anyone that's chatting or talking, like I was reading a story this past week about Twitter's community guidelines and policing, and in thesis it sounds really good, but it was investigated recently, and like the community notes that try to police that stuff, and things get this like into this motion of being true, and you find out it was from like some fucking Russian troll farm or some shit, and it gets a life of its own, and even the community guidelines can't catch up to stop it before it's caught wildfire. Like, where did it start? Where did it come from? It's very hard to trust true sentiment. And I think this is I don't think this is like this is Democrats thing either. A lot of my Republican friends express the same stuff to me that Democrats express to me. Anxiety, fear, that kind of stuff. So I don't think it matters like who it is or their opinion. I think that like there's some kind of like mass fucking hysteria going on out there. I gotta say it. I don't want to say it, but I gotta fucking say it because this price action looks like it. Volatility is rearing its head right now, saying it as well. So, and I don't know what to say to you guys about this. I really don't. I realize that. Hey, I think everybody realizes, right? And I got a lot of ratio spreads on it. We're either gonna moon or we're gonna fucking crash or something, you know. And I actually need that. I need these things to go down to like, I need the market to go to like fucking 545, 550 minimum, or I need this market to moon. I need this market to hit like 6,000, 6,200 by start of the year. But it can't trade sideways. I know that. This trade doesn't pay me if we trade fucking sideways. So I don't know what to say to you guys here. I'm trying to like talk to you from like a human perspective right now, not from like Captain Jim James or market perspective, that kind of stuff. There's something going on. I'm going to tell you right now, 100% something's going on underneath the surface of the market that Wall Street probably fucking knows. You're just not being let in on it. Or they're giving you the corporate statement or the whatever the fuck the office told them to tell you. As a matter of fact, now I hate Politico. I never read Politico. They had a story today with hedge funds going public, saying that we're pricing in a Kamala Harris. Only today, we're pricing in a Kamala Harris election right now. I haven't read that from anybody ever at all in this pricing Trump thing. And so I don't know if there's stuff underneath the surface. I don't know if the professionals on Wall Street are saying one thing out of one side of their mouths and doing something else. And I don't think that any of this has to do with the outcome of the election either. I think that there's probably fear. No matter what your thesis is or your thoughts or your wants or whatever, I think there's like mass fucking fear out there that is showing itself right now. A little bit more down than should be today. A little bit more pinning for a little bit longer than it should be. Volatility rising more than it should be right now. And so it's saying one of two extremes. It's one or the other. We're either going to start fucking ripping into this election like tomorrow, next day, or we're going to crash or something. Major correction of some kind. That's what it's looking like. So I'm fascinated to see the continuation of the market from here into the close. I'm super stoked to see what happens in the next, tomorrow, next week, that kind of stuff. It's really piquing my interest right now. There's like it's weird when you come into September and October, right? And there was a lot of shit thrown against the wall. It like piled up. Don't be believing any of this career. I was listening in the background to the news squawker. Don't be listening to any of this shit about like North Korea, Iran, any of that stuff. That shit don't mean nothing. I'm telling you. That shit is being assigned. It's bullshit. There's mechanical reasons we're doing this today. And now we have other amplification. It has to be the election. There's no other fucking way it's anything else. Don't believe any of that shit. Believe me. Trust me. Don't be believing it's like North Korea launching a fucking missile into space. That's not real. Iran, not real. None of that shit is real. None of that shit has any material impact on this fucking market or why we're down today or why it's pinned or any other shit. It hasn't done that for us ever before in the past. It has nothing to do. This is definitely mechanical in the market, probably market participants removing themselves from the market. I mean, I fucking removed myself from the market too. Everyone I know, Winky, anyone with money in the market's out, been out for weeks. So I'm assuming it's like this. It's this cauldron of fucking. It's got to be a cauldron of like, no one telling you what they really feel, publicly. People reining in risk. So we have the mechanics of the market. We have people reining in risk, and there's probably some panic for left tail risk. Right? I said this to you yesterday, and yesterday morning I said this to you, and I talked about it this morning some more. Wall Street will fucking panic, and they will price in that left tail risk. That left tail risk of depression or recession, whatever it is. When it comes to shit like that, they're flighty as fuck. They were flighty as fuck in COVID. Like whenever war, something like that, anything that's that possible, they start getting real fucking panicky. So you know, be on edge. Be careful. Wait until it passes. You don't need to be exposed to it. Even if it goes up, if it just like starts rocketing and mooning, you can miss it. Go back. Like regular trading days are always better trading days. Lotto trading and stuff like this you can get banged up. So just be careful of it in the next week or two. Just be careful of it. So I can feel it. It's right there. I got like my fucking trader senses are like, man, something's fucking wrong. And I don't know if it's way, way up or way, way down, but something's fucking wrong. I'm telling you guys, there's something wrong. And I don't want to say it. I'm like, I don't want to say this, but I feel guilty for not saying it, especially if it doesn't come to pass. I don't want to be alarmist or anything like that, but it's very rare that I feel this a lot. That I'm feeling that there's something fucked up going on. They're not going to tell you either. And, you know, most people aren't going to say, well, we're all fucking out of the market right now, right? Like every single fucking, all risk is gone. I don't care what it costs to hedge right now. I don't give a fuck if we get out or not. There's probably some mass paranoia. I don't know if it's mass paranoia. That's possible. Mass paranoia is a real thing. Abso-fucking-lutely are real. We haven't seen a lot of that recently. Like episodes in the country of mass paranoia. Can you guys think of a last time we've ever had mass paranoia? Maybe COVID. Maybe COVID. There was some mass paranoia. I think there was mass paranoia right when we shut down, the first week or two. Right, about 2 weeks into the shutdown, I think I started sensing mass paranoia. Matter of fact, I think that's when they started saying they're going to start paying people. If I recall. And before then, the last time I probably sensed mass paranoia, probably 9/11. In the U.S., there was a moment. There was about a 3-day mass paranoia in the country, and there's some of that going on. I'm telling you, there's like I've seen this before. At least like this reminds me of that out there. Anyways, I don't know. Is it real or does it matter to you? Probably not. Just note that there are people that are thinking that in large groups right now. And they're not necessarily like all Democrats. It's probably a lot of different people with people that aren't even political that are paranoid right now. You know what I mean? So just be aware of it. We'll work through it. This will pass. One thing I'll tell you guys is whenever you like seeing stuff like this, I always go back to like what our Cashin says. Whenever in your situations like this, you buy the fucking dip every fucking time. Even if you lose the trade, you buy that fucking dip because one of these dips is gonna fucking explode when that vol comes off. Right? When that paranoia comes off, this shit's gonna go fucking straight vertical. And I showed you that with McElligott talking about that, right? He's like, the moment that shit passes, it's a vertical straight up. Our Cashin says, puts it simply, if you think World War III is going to happen, you buy the fucking dip every fucking time, because you're not going to have any money if that happens. We go into a depression, it ain't going to fucking matter. So you buy the fucking dip, and if it crashes, keep some money on the sidelines. That shit right there is some what's his name? The old trader there. He was buying the dip in the crash in 2008. Well, I forget. I don't know why I'm having a mind block right now. World's greatest investor. So just be aware of that. Keep some semblance of sanity and calmness, and look for opportunities for the market to definitely stretch more than it should. And also look for some abnormal behaviors. There's abnormal stuff going on today. There's a little bit abnormal. Well, yesterday we hit that high and we didn't need to do it again. I even posted that on Twitter. I'm like, if we hit this high right now and come back down, it doesn't really matter. And it just shows that we're going to go higher. Now we're a little bit more excess today, but that VIX 9-day is bothering the fuck out of me. And some companies are down pretty significantly today that shouldn't be that down. So there's some risk coming off the market for sure, or an excuse from market makers to get a reason to get out of some positioning. Like Coke, I think Coke's going lower to like $800, but some of this stuff's kind of sketchy. And it's not just Coke. There's some other companies out there. We got a report coming out right now for fucking Apple and fucking Amazon, and we're fucking down over yesterday and today. What? A couple, at least 2 or 3%. That's abnormal. It's not normal. So. And the fact that we're not going up ripping at this moment, even if we go up 30 points right now, says that it says a lot. It says more than just the mechanics. So is there a risk off chat going on everywhere? The market's risk off right now. It reminds me of risk off. It certainly does. It reminds me of risk off. Real risk off is not normal. It's very rare to be risk off. Like true risk off is very rare. When it happens, it's like everybody's taking their laptops home. Everybody's on call 24 hours. If you're a professional, it's like 24 fucking hours a day, paranoia and shit. So just note it. It's there. You can see it, right? I don't know if you can. I can fucking see it. My alarm bells are going off everywhere. I was working here at my desk, right? I was talking to Winky, and I was talking about. I was like, I'm becoming the fucking old man. I'm not the old man yet, but I'm like next 10 years and be the old fucking man, and I feel like I don't do a service, even if people don't like me. I feel like I don't do a fucking service by talking about some of my experiences and just life experiences. And we're talking about, like, I told you already about my dad in '87. I worked in a lot of my job was focused around very wealthy people for a long time, and adjacent to very wealthy people. In very wealthy places. Most of my life, I've lived in the wealthiest places in America. Some of you will think you live in wealthy places. I actually lived in the wealthiest, the actual wealthiest places. No poor people, no middle class, no upper middle class. You had to be multi-millionaire, if not billionaire, to live where I've lived in most places. We're talking very, like, people are like, oh, that's not that exclusive. I'm like, you have no fucking idea. These are like the most exclusive places in the country. And twice I lived in very exclusive places during 2000, 2001, and then 2008.
Closed data.
And 2007. And, it's hard for some people to realize, like, not some people, but And that's why older people get paranoid. They don't tell you or they don't relate it to you. Not like old men will be like, stop eating avocado toast. Oh, by the way, if you've got any zero dates on into this close, a warning to you out there. If you have any zero dates on here into the close, okay, have a upside sell stop so that you catch a fill in a price that you like. Okay, just a heads up to you. If you have that on, I got to let you know that. Whenever I'm trading zero dates and stuff like that in situations like this, like that close yesterday, upside sell stops every time. You just want the fill. Be happy. Don't worry if it goes higher. Just take your money and run.
Marked on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side of 1.15 billion. Nasdaq 100 a buy
overnight
side
drift,
of
right?
360 million. Dow 30 a buy side of 250. Magnificent 7 a sell side of 43 million.
There's young kids they'll call old people boomers, right? We used to make jokes. When I was younger, we'd make jokes. We'd say, oh, that's just a fucking boomer. But it was like boomers. Now they're just like, if you're older than me, you're a fucking boomer, right? And there's like the whole avocado toast thing. And then there's the whole entire like old people don't tell me actually how to fucking get by. They just tell me to stop eating fucking avocado toast, right? There's a lot of that today. People not telling you like, hey, this is what happened to me at that time period. This is what I witnessed or whatever. There's not a lot of that today. There's a lot of like youth, like people under a certain age, like 35, 40, that like haven't been really truly washed out.
Eastern time we get third quarter 2024.
There are probably a lot more older people out there that quietly are like fucking afraid of getting washed out because they probably had been through it in 08 or 2001 or earlier years of getting washed out of the market. And those memories, I remember in 2008, banks were high flyers, right? In 2008, and traders and investors said never again. We'll never, ever, ever trust a bank. I remember back in 2008, people would tell me they would never trust a bank or a banker ever again. And Jamie Dimon, well respected all over the place, right? That wasn't the case back then. That was not the. People were fucking in the streets. People were fucking pissed. Now we had bank runs. I tried to find articles and news stories on that recently. They've been scrubbed. I remember watching the news and people were lining up on fucking banks to try to get their money out. All over, regional, your local banks, all that kind of shit. It was fucking wild. And how soon we forget that stuff or we haven't experienced it if we're too young. There's probably some paranoia going on in the background right now. Even my wife came and talked to me this morning. My wife and I never talk about that stuff. And even my wife was like, she's reading this shit, and she's like, I got to talk to you. Very, very unusual for my wife to bring that stuff up to me. Very, very unusual, very bizarre. All right, so right now we've got 8 minutes until the close. I'm going to bring up Apple and Amazon for the bell, and also Q's, and I don't know if I can bring up all four of them, but I'll try to bring up all three of them if I can right now. Just give me a second here. Whoa. What did I do there? I did a baddie there. We do it like this. Four. All right, so we got four. I'm going to make this full screen here in just a minute. SPY. Are we on? SPY. It's 1 minute. Oh. I guess I got to hide all this shit, don't I? We're just going to leave this. Just going to leave this up right here. SPY right there. QQQs. It's on a 1 minute. That's on a 1 minute too. QQQs. Q's getting shanked right now. This is when you realize that the market's not real.
Get Amazon's third quarter 2024 earnings, estimated EPS at $1.14, estimated revenue at $157.06 billion.
Amazon, or not Amazon, the market is fake. Fubar.
Estimated EPS at a loss of 2 cents, estimated revenue at $13.01 billion.
Bring the front. Apple. You go to the bottom right-hand side over here. I'm gonna make that small right now. Actually, I'm just gonna take myself off the screen here. Mute that again. Mute that again. Oh no, fuck that up. God damn it. All right, we got SPOOs over here. We got Qs right here. 1 minute. 1 minute. Come on now. The fuck is the Apple sign? Yeah, sometimes yeah, TradingView is baller, but there's some stuff that isn't always so baller. Coming into the close. Apple, Amazon, you guys can see them all, right? I'm gonna have to buy some more here. Like, I'm gonna start spending some money. Like, I'm in for tens of thousands of dollars right now. I got 72s now too. I got 72s, 75s. And now I want some shit for tomorrow. Like, I want calls for tomorrow. I want calls between I want calls for the fuck. I want one dates for tomorrow too. So let's watch this more closely here. This is like straight up market crash shit. Pretty wild. I'm adding calls here for tomorrow too. I ain't believing none of this bullshit. You got to pay to fucking play.
Shortly expecting Intel's and Amazon's earnings.
Those.
In the event they come out at the same time, I'll lead with Amazon.
Fucking Amazon or fucking here. I'll just put Intel up really quick. Shitty Intel. Worst goddamn company in the world. Oh, nope. Wrong one. Q's. This one. And TC will start there. Q's getting shanked right now. SPY getting shanked down to 568.64. Here's INTC. INTC looks like it's mooning right now. I hate it. Intel. I hate their earnings. I've gotten trapped so many times. I don't trade. I'll never trade INTC ever again. I don't care if they triple in price today. I think their last ER was they mooned. I don't trade them at all. Amazon mooning right now. INTC shit in the bed.
Seeing Amazon's earnings coming in. So EPS $1.43. That's a beat on estimates of $1.16. North American net sales $95.54 billion. That's a beat on estimates of $95.22 billion. Physical stores net sales $5.23 billion. That's a beat on estimates of $5.17 billion. Net sales $158.9 billion, a beat on estimates of $157.29 billion. Operating income $17.4 billion, a beat on estimates of $14.5
Well, we need a miss on toilet paper.
AWS net sales $27.45 billion, a miss on estimates of $27.49 billion. Operating margin 11%, a beat on estimates of 9.34%.
INTC mooning right now.
Sales excluding FX plus 19%, a miss on estimates of 19.2%. So Amazon sees fourth quarter net sales $181.5 billion to $188.5 billion, previously seeing $186.36 billion, and sees fourth quarter operating income at $16 billion to $20 billion, previously seeing $17.49 billion, and seeing fourth quarter net sales at $181.5 billion to $188.5 billion.
Amazon trading 196 right now. INTC trading into some resistance.
So Intel third quarter revenue, $13.28 billion. That's a beat on estimates of $13.02 billion.
Intel's got a daily trigger at $25.
Intel adjusted operating margin minus 17.8% versus 13.6% year on year. Client computing revenue $7.33 billion. That's a miss on estimates of $7.46 billion. Adjusted EPS at 12 cents. That's a beat on estimates of 6.3 cents. Intel Foundry revenue $4.35 billion. A miss on estimates of $4.44 billion. Adjusted gross margin 18%, previously seeing 38%.
Amazon coming in at $200 right now.
Revenue $3.35 billion, a beat on estimates of $3.15 billion.
Q's not moving at all right now, with Amazon trading $200 right now.
Guidance and third quarter adjusted loss per share of 46 cents versus
Q's pin
41 cents year on year. So Intel sees fourth quarter revenue at $13.3 to $14.3 billion and sees fourth quarter adjusted EPS at 12 cents. sees fourth quarter loss per share at 24 cents. Sees fourth
Dude,
quarter.
my fucking options chain is going
39
fucking wild right now.
Seeing 38.7%.
Very abnormal.
Sees fourth quarter
I'm
revenue
getting like flashing lines.
$14.3 billion, previously seeing $13.63 billion.
Like in the money break even is just like whipsawing right now.
Amazon climbs 6% as fourth quarter operating income view midpoint tops the estimate.
Apple bleeding right now. One quick second here. Apple trading 224 right now. INTC now trading $24.12. Q's rolling down. Amazon was first sell at $200. Amazon trading into R3. We have a target above on Amazon today from Monday's report. Or Monday gave you a target. We have a target price for them of $199.50, possibly $201.30. They've pretty much traded there. Apple just slammed right now at the downside expected move. Just now slammed into their downside expected move at 224.90. If you guys got the charts from Monday morning on Discord, they just like rammed right into it. Seven minutes left into the close. SPY and after hours just, I think, not quite. Hold on a second here. I want to see this here for a minute. $569.33. There we go. SPY giving up today. Yesterday's close, the last 4 hours of yesterday, gave up all gains from the 3rd of October, the entire month, literally the entire month, between yesterday, not all of it, but most of it, between yesterday and today, 1 month of gains in less than a day. Not more than a day and 3/4 or something like that. Tip to tail, 2.59%. INTC holding right now. Amazon holding still. No reaction out of Q's. Also a note here too. The monthly low for SPY was 565.35. Today's the last day of the month. They have not given that up yet. Keep that number at home or in your office or whatever. On the close for today, on a monthly basis, I'm having problems here. Hold on. I got to clear this whole fucking thing because I can't see shit. 565.28 is the low on the month. It has still not been given up. So this is a green month for SPY at this point. You chalk this up as another positive month, unless we close below it before the end of today. So 565.23 not given up for the month of, I mean, even for all this doom, still a green month. 565.23. Just a couple more hours left until we wrap up the month. Let me look at this really quick. Hold on here. Another note here, too, another fascinating note. On a monthly basis, this would be considered one of the worst month returns since August of 2023. Don't quote me on this stuff yet. October 2023, worst returns of a year. This is the worst returning month of the year. Still positive, but the worst returns that I can see. I could be wrong here, but I don't think that I am. I'm sure that somebody out, I'm sure the smart people out there will have all this data. Worst returns of the year for sure, on a monthly basis. And worst returns since October of 2023, one full year. All in all, not bad. I was expecting worse. This year's been pretty fucking good. Yeah, I get that on a monthly basis. I'll have to check to see what October's returns were for 23. Let me mark that again really quick. Hold on here. So 565.23. 565.23. You want to watch that number really closely into the close today. 565.23 is it's a green month before the close of business today. And I got calls for tomorrow, so we'll see how tomorrow winds up. I got burnt. I got smoked today. I got smoked from yesterday to today. Probably one of my worst weeks I've had all year. But worst month of the year, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the fucking L because this year's been really, really good. And I've got exposure for tomorrow too. So yeah, maybe we'll start tomorrow off. I don't know. Maybe we'll start off with a big crash or something like that. Let me swing back over here really quick and show you. This would be a monthly. This yellow line right here would be if we have a losing month. Currently trading 568.64. So not too bad. I mean, yeah, you can't really. I just quickly looked at all the monthly gains, and I think this is the worst month since October 2023 for end of month returns. And if you look at the November returns, I'm going to show you it really quick. Let's go look at it really quick. Look at it together. So this is monthly returns. Month over month, right? The worst one that I can see here, I think, is right here. That one right there. That's October. And look at the returns for November. This is 2022. November was one of the worst months here, or looks like. November was maybe one of the worst months. I get another bad month right here, January of 2021. This one was okay. That's February. That's normally a down time of the year anyways. So October 2023. Someone else will have better figures than me on this. I'm doing this just by eyeballing it. So that yellow line is going to be important. I don't think we've had a losing month. I don't see one. I don't see a single losing month in here. That's not a losing month. Last time we had a losing month was August of 2022. And that's when we were making the turn, right? Last time we had a losing month. No, we had one right here, it looks like. August of 2022, we had a losing month. November of 2021. That's still a lot of that's a lot of goddamn time. Well, that's kind of fucking filthy, isn't it? Even this red candle right here is pretty fucking filthy. And I wouldn't take this as like a spinning top or a fucking death candle doji market crash. That's the top candle either. I don't think this is conducive at all to, you figure for 11 straight green months, your one worst month is historically your worst month of the year. I'd take that. I would take that as a, hold on, I'll predicate this on, I would take that as a win. I would take that as a win as long as we don't trade under 565.23 into the next 2 hours. Apple recovering right now. INTC going up to trade that $25. Q's recovering. We're after the bell now. They can recover. Q's recovering after the bell. Let's take a look at SPY, see if it's recovering now that the options market is closed. See if it will begin to recover here. If it will or will not. I'll be here. Oh, I won't. The stream will be up tomorrow, but I have an appointment in the morning. I don't know what time my appointment's at. If it's at like 11 or something, I will be here for maybe an hour to open the show with you guys. I don't know if I can remote into the show or not. I don't know if that's possible. I could probably talk via chat tomorrow. Definitely, I think I can do that tomorrow. I'm not like roped into anything. I can pop in the chat one way or another. Market losing liquidity again. Apple now trading up to 226.71. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. If I can get the stream up a little bit early, like 9 a.m. or something like that. That brief from last night still valid right now, even with the pressure to the downside. The brief from last night still valid. It's valid into tomorrow, into Monday. I'm not on crash mode right now. I'm not in put spreads. I'm not in puts. I've got a ratio with puts on it, but I'm not selling calls. None of that stuff. I'm not all bared up. I'm not a doomer here at all. I'm actually quite bullish in tomorrow. Very bullish. I realized I told you guys earlier what I thought about like, I don't know, I told you I think twice today about like, will the market crash or any of that kind of stuff. Depression, recession, forced depression, forced recession. I do believe that there's election volatility. I do believe there's mass paranoia. I do believe that nobody's in the market. We saw earlier this week volume just drop off. I can see it in the options chain. Options chain's going fucking wild on my end. I never see spreads on SPY 5-15 cents. Means that no one's in the market. Like literally nobody is in the market. Hold on one second here. I gotta go. I'm being yelled at right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow at least 9 or 9:30 in the morning. Check you guys out then. Later.